The sport of competitive powerlifting challenges the strength, discipline, and determination of its athletes. Competitions consist of 3 main lifts: the squat, the bench press, and the deadlift. Each competing athlete makes 3 attempts within each discipline. The highest weight achieved on each lift is then summed to form the athlete's total. Competitions are categorized by weight classes. The athlete with the highest total in their weight class at the end of the competition is the winner. In the case of a draw, the lifter with the lighter body weight will take out the title. There are 3 referees on the platform who will each determine if the lift falls within the rules of the federation. A white light indicates that the lift is good, while a red light indicates that part of the lift fell outside of the rules. Each referee sits on a different angle, so all will have a slightly different viewpoint. If an athlete achieves 2 or more white lights, the lift is considered a good lift. If the athlete receives 2 or more red lights, the lift is unsuccessful and will not count to their total. The athlete must achieve at least 1 good lift in each discipline to proceed through the competition. The first lift performed in competition is the back squat. The athlete must stand completely motionless after unracking the bar, with their knees locked and torso in an upright position. Once in the correct position, the head referee will give the squat command. A good lift is awarded where the knees and hips are locked, adequate depth is reached, there is no downward movement of the bar, and all commands are followed.
All right, hello everyone. Welcome to the Iron Voyage afternoon session here. We just got underway a few minutes ago, a few hiccups with our microphones, but we are online now. And Benny now coming out, 185 on the bar for him. First APA comp today, so don't have any data on him in the system.
I did see on his socials that he squatted 200 kilos about 12 months ago.
Okay. Well, opening 15 kilos below that, so let's see how he handles it here.
Nice opener.
Yeah, moves very well.
And he's on the board.
Bar loaded now for Aaron Alino. 185 stays on the bar for him.
Five kilos below his best ever. And he's on the board. A little bit sticky in the middle.
Yeah, just slows there, but gets the nerves out of the system. See how he moves on to his second attempt. And now we'll have Caster John coming out. We've seen Caster a few times over the last 12 months or so. Squatted as high as 202.5 at Power Mania, I believe it was, back in October. Certainly a very strong lifter.
Strong looking opener. And he's on the board.
Yeah, nice and controlled. Not the fastest of opening attempts, but I think that's the way he moves. Just keeps it nice and controlled. Here we have now Kahir, all the way back from Ireland. So Kahir was out here during uni, I think it was, a few years back, training at Strength Club. Went back to Ireland for a few years. Did Irish Nationals, I believe, not that long ago, and now he's back in Australia. Get his APA campaign underway here today. A little shaky on the unrack.
Nice and easy. We'll see what the judges say. And he's on the board. 2-1.
And here we go. Coming out now, the crowd favourite, Saw. Definitely a contender for the Night of Champions invite later on today. Let's see how his campaign goes. Opening at 217.5. Just 10 kilos below his best ever, which is crazy. His squat has been moving very well since recovering from that back injury last year.
A little bit slow, but it looked good from here.
Yeah, not too concerned with that, Dylan. I think, you know, Saw is someone who can definitely grind him out. So I think he's got a fair bit more in the tank there. And speaking of the Night of Champions contenders, this will be the other young man who will be right at the top of the table, Diego. Super strong. Doesn't post anything online, so very hard to keep track of how his training's going, but he's going to open at 247.5. Yeah, his name must be spelt different on Open Powerlifting, so I'll have to check into his stats in a second. Springs it up.
That was quick. And he's on the board.
It's a massive opening attempt for Diego. All right, back to the top of the flight now. Aaron Tan coming out for his second attempt. He's gone up just 2.5 kilos to 127.5.
Very deep on that squat. Yeah, 3 white lights. Great lift.
Yeah, it looks good.
We have Daniel coming out next. 10 kilos on his opener. Look good from here. So his best ever squat was 160. He might shoot for a PB on his 3rd attempt.
All right, bar loaded now for TK. Jumped up 15 kilos as we thought he might. Take some big jumps here. 170 on the bar.
Very controlled second attempt. And 3 white lights.
Yeah, it gets a little bit harder for him than the opener, but still, it moves well. Maybe they jump another 15, get him back up in that mid-180s, almost back at his max.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Maybe they take the 10 though, be a bit safer, not sure. Okay, Aaron Alino now 192.5. Yeah, 7.5 jump here for his second attempt.
This will be a 2.5 kilo PB as well. Best ever of 190.
Yeah, it looks like back at Power Mania did a 190. So, awesome though. He's taking that on his second.
Second attempt looked good.
Yeah, no problems for him there.
And 3 white lights. You do see quite a few lifters hit the right rack on the walkout with squats with the Alico.
Yeah, it's just that couple of centimeters wider than particularly the ground levels and stuff that we're used to training on. So you'll see a lot of people opt to put one of the racks in when squatting on the Alico.
Have Benny coming out next with 195. Nice and controlled, we'll see what the judges say. And 3 white lights.
Okay, Custer John now coming out. He's jumped up 7.5 to 202.5.
To match his best ever.
Yeah, so match his Power Mania attempt from last year. It's heavy on the back. But he moves it pretty well.
He's locked it out.
See what the referees say.
Three reds. I can't see what the colour is.
Yeah, looks like depth potentially.
depth.
Red cards there. Oh, bar loaded now for Kahir. Jumped up 12.5 kilos to 220. Just clips the rack a little again.
Fights through it, locks it out.
Yeah, it's a little bit of work, Dill, but maybe just that unrack just shook him a touch.
And 2 to 1 red.
Okay, so we've got a red card from the centre ref and a blue from the left-hand judge. So blue can be for lockout on the squat, red for depth from the centre, or a double bounce,
yeah.
Yep.
Double bounce.
A couple of things that the blue card can be for. All right, Saw now. 225 on the bar, just below his PB of 227.5 from Night of Champions last year. Let's see how prep has gone.
Looks good, Chris.
Yeah, the depth looked great from where we're sitting. And again, not the fastest mover, but he just keeps pushing through it.
2 to 1. 1 for depth.
So look, 2.5 below his PB. Does he go equal to PB or does he chuck 5 on?
I think knowing Saw, we'll be looking at 5.
5? Okay. All right, here comes Diego now. I just looked it up. So his best squat ever, 270. Potentially at Junior Nationals? Yeah. Oh, no, he missed it at Junior Nationals last year. So this is would be all the way back at WA States back in 2023. Oh, wow.
Very strong.
Well, given it's only 7.5 below his best ever, he's pacing well here today.
Not sure if I've got it wrong just from my research before this. Is this his first comp as an open?
Yes, it will be. Yep, I believe it, yes. He was did Junior Nationals last year. Yep. All right, back to the top of the flight already. Aaron Tan now, he's jumped up 10. So from 127.5 to 137.5. He only jumped up 2.5 from his opener to his second. I wonder if he didn't put an attempt card in and just got the automatic 2.5. But it moved well, so he's gone the 10 kilo jump here. Let's see how he goes.
Big
Fight.
lines. They look good from here.
Yeah, I mean, his depth's been great so far. So,
White lights.
yep. Sticks through it. Locks it out. Nice work.
It's a great way to start your day.
Absolutely. All right, Dan now coming back out. He's going to take 165, 10 kilo jump, 5 kilo comp PB if successful here. Seen his training. Looks like things have been moving quite well for him.
So they're 5 kilo PB.
Nice.
I think he's just locked in that PB as well. They look good from here.
Absolutely. I don't think they'll find too much wrong with that. 3 white lights. Yeah. Done great. 5 kilo PB and probably had a touch more in the tank. So great day so far for Dan. Okay, TK now. Yeah, so opted for the 10 kilo jump here, keeping it safe. He's going to take 180 for his third and final squat attempt here.
Grinding through it.
Yeah, depth looks good. 3 wide lights.
Perfect start to his squat day as well.
Sticks with it. Every vein on the head pops out. All right, Aaron Alino now, 200 kilos on the bar for his third attempt.
For a 10 kilo PB as well.
Yeah, 10 kilo PB. Sticks through it. Well, looks good from here.
I think it might have been a little bit of a dip, or a double bounce, sorry.
Yeah.
2-to-1 red.
Yeah, unfortunately there. Gets that little blue card. All right, Benny now. 202.5 on the bar, 7.5 kilo jump from his second.
Locked it out. We'll see what the judges say.
They look pretty good from our angle. They agree.
Great left. Good recovery on the walkout. Looked like he had a little bit of a stumble.
Yeah, great start to the campaign. 3 from 3. And Castor John now coming out. So he's chosen to jump another 5. Missed his second. Not on strength, but on, I think it was on a red card for depth. So he's whacked the extra 5 on. This will be a 5 kilo PB if successful.
It's not there today.
He rode through it, almost looked like he was going to stand it up a couple of times, but not quite. So he'll drop back to his opener, 195. And we're back to Kahir now with 220 kilos.
Plenty of crowd support today.
So again, Missed it on a technicality on the second. I think maybe a little double bounce or a downward movement. Going to retake it here. Let's see. Well,
That looked good, Chris.
it moves better than the second attempt for sure. There he goes. So just a red card there from depth from one of the side referees, but gets the 2 white lights and a good lift. Okay, Saw coming out now. He's taking the 5 kilo jump. 225 was a little bit of work, but he can grind. So this will be a 2.5 kilo PB. He's fired up.
Great catch by our spotters.
He almost just stumbled a little bit into the bottom there. You just see him hesitate. Oh, yeah, he just gets tipped a little bit.
A little bit far forward.
Okay, Diego now jumping 10 kilos, 272.5 on the bar for his third attempt. This will be a 2.5 kilo PB from all the way back, WA States, 2023, if successful. Wow.
Incredibly strong.
Yeah, it looks super deep from here, so I don't think the rest will have a problem. And they don't.
3 whites.
So takes the 2.5 kilo PB.
That's a fantastic start to his day.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Moving in now to our second flight of open men's here this afternoon. We will have Kieran kicking us off. 135 on the bar for his opening attempt. Seen him squat a 150 back in, oh wow, all the way back in August of 2023.
I did see on his socials that he squatted 157.5 in December as well.
Yep.
Clean looking opener.
Absolutely. Grabs the 135, 3 white lights. And yeah, big flight here of under 93 kilo men this afternoon. Got around 8 lifters competing. Bar loaded now for Magnum. He's going to open on 160 kilos. Just asked to replace the bar. Referee's not happy with his knee lock. He's got time.
So it's 20 seconds.
Lifters must really squeeze the quads, lock the knees. This time he does, gets the command. Sinks it in.
Great opener.
Yeah, doesn't seem to give him much trouble here. 3 white lights, good lift for Magnum. Okay, and now we will have Troy Higson coming out. 160 remains on the bar for him.
So he's opening on his best squat ever.
Yeah, okay, so we've seen him back at Power Mania in October. Okay, now, unfortunately his socks are touching his knee sleeves, which is a no-no, so they're quickly just trying to get the socks out from under the knee sleeve, but they're pretty
There's
tight.
plenty of time.
Yeah. Has a full minute. So a new rule in the rule book recently where lifters are now allowed to use socks to get their knee sleeves on, but they still can't touch the knee sleeve once you come out to the platform. He's down to 15 seconds, still struggling to get that second sock down. Unfortunately, he is going to time out here for his opening attempt. All right. So we now have Edward Oversby coming out. He's going to take 160 as well.
So 5 kilos below his best at a squat. You had to search to find depth there. 2 to 1.
Yeah, I think he realised he just pulled up a little bit short and then tried to move again, which he got 1 red from the ref for that sort of double movement, but all good. Gets the 2 whites. He's on the board. And Aaron Jones now coming out. He's also taking 160 kilos. Heap of lifters opening at the 160 mark today.
So I believe he used to compete in USAPL with a best squat of 185.
Okay.
Very deep.
Moves well. Yeah, looks good through white lights. See what sort of jumps he takes this afternoon. If his best is about 185. All right, we have Chris now coming out, 185 on the bar for his opening attempt. Seen Chris compete a couple of times so far. Best ever squat of 200 in Power Mania.
Easy opener.
Yeah, it gives him no dramas.
Looks like he makes about 15 kilos of progress each time he competes on his squat.
Yeah, nice linear progression there.
Max here with 185.
Max super strong in the high bar position.
Very easy opener. There's a best ever squat of 240. It's a very safe opener.
Yeah, he takes big jumps. He's also, I think, in the Australian bench team heading to Norway in the next couple of weeks. And here's a blast from the past. Josh Chiller. Back on the platform, first time since December 2023. Opened his account on 190.
Plenty of home crowd support for Josh today. Looks good, we'll see what the judges say.
He gets it 2-1. Yeah, definitely one card there for depth on the right hip. But the left looks okay and the center looks all right, so he gets the lift and he's on the board. All right, Paul Harkis now coming out 210 for his opening attempt. Harko's best ever 225.
Very strong opening attempt. Three white lights, he's on the board.
All right, back to the top of the flight now for Kieran. He'll be coming out here in just a moment. See on the screen now how the 93s are currently looking. Paul currently in the lead.
So 5 kilos below his best ever squat. He's locked it out, we'll see what the judges say.
Yeah, they like it. 3 white lights. Good lift there for Kieran.
2 on the board. Think he'll shoot for a PB on his next one?
Sure, it slowed a little. Don't know how his prep's gone. It's a little bit up and down, but why not? Or at least get close to that sort of gym PB-ish territory. 155, maybe 152.
Yep. Yeah, same thoughts.
All right, Troy now coming out. He's going to take 160 again. So he's got the socks down this time.
A little bit of work in the middle, we'll see what the judges say. He's on the board, 2-1.
He just gave that a bit of extra depth just to make sure on that one. So make it a little bit harder in the middle. But
he's equaled his PB, so
it's good.
he can shoot for a PB on his third.
All right, Edward Oversby now 7.5 kilo jump up. 2.5 kilo PB if he's successful here. Just had to search for depth a little bit on the opener. So let's see if he can just make it one nice controlled downward movement this time. Pushes through. The movement looked better this time, Dill.
Definitely. He did have to fight through it. See what the judges say.
Looks okay on our angle.
2 to 1 red.
And a blue, so 1 for that movement you spoke about, and 1 hit for depth most likely.
I think he'll retake that. and try and secure that 2.5 kilo PB.
Actually, the blue might have been the left-hand ref never put his hand down for knees locked at the start, so he may have given him a red card automatically for that.
Yep.
Okay, Magnum now. 10 kilo jump. His opener moved well. Despite having the re-rack for the knees, still got his opener on the board. Let's see if he can get the start command quickly this time. There we go. Super deep. Still moves it well.
Yep. Looks good. Yep. 2 on the board, 2 to 1. Did he skip a call potentially?
Yeah, a yellow card typically is for a call. I didn't see, or a foot movement. I didn't see much else there, unfortunately. Okay, it's on the board regardless. Aaron Jones now, he's taking the 10 kilo jump as well. 170 remains on the bar.
Very deep again.
Gets the 3 white lights, good lift.
I think we'll see 185 on there to try and equal his previous personal best.
Yeah, and I think depth just threw him a little bit there. If he can cut it, he's probably got a bit more on the tank. All right, here comes Chris now, 195, 10 kilo jump. This is consistent with his strategy. You'll see there, his average first to second jump is 10 kilos, and he's sticking to that today.
Very strong second attempt.
Yeah, moves it well.
Yeah, 3 white lights.
And only 5 kilos below the PB. Here comes Chiller now. He's jumping 15 all the way up to his... oh, the data's a bit messy there. Looks like he has squatted 210 in the past. He's jumping up to 205 here today. I think I've seen him do as high as about 220 in the gym.
He's locked it out. We'll see what the judges say.
And might have looked a touch higher this time, Dill. Let's see.
Yeah, 3 reds.
So he convinced the middle and the right-hand ref on the opener, but that time, unfortunately, gets all 3. Okay, Max now coming out. 20 kilo jump. Like we said, Max has squatted 240 before. Pacing a little bit under that today. Comes from the Olympic lifting background. You see the high bar squat here. Very strong squatter.
Very quick.
All right, we're back to Harko now. Jumping up 15 from 210 to 225. Equal PB if successful.
His training has been looking strong in the gym.
Wow.
Look very good.
Yeah, if that's an equal PB, I'm excited to see what he has in the tank for his third.
Yeah, 3 lights. Another 5, do you reckon, Chris?
Maybe more. I mean, that was a reasonable size jump there from his opener. He could go 10. There's no slowing at any point through the lift. Let's see. All right, back to the top of the flight now. We're into the third and final attempts for squats. Kieran Barrett now coming out 150 on the bar, 5 kilo jump. A smart call here, a little bit below his best ever, but it's equal comp PB. There we go.
Look good from here, Chris.
Yeah, he does really well. Nice and controlled into the hole. Gets the 3 wide lights. And takes the eagle squat PB. Great work for Kieran today. All right, Edward Oversby now coming out 160 on the bar. Oh, sorry, 167.5 on the bar for his third attempt.
So missed last time on the
depth, yep.
One for depth, I think one
Yep.
for a double movement.
Well, I think it looks better, Dill. Let's
Yeah,
see.
me too. Two to one.
2 to 1. That's a good lift. Locks into 167.5, 2.5 kilo comp PB for him. All right, Troy Hickson now coming out 170 for his third attempt. Here he comes.
10 kilo PB on the off-road. Well, he saved it. We'll see what the judges say.
Yeah, was there a dip, Dill? I don't know.
2 to 1.
2 to 1, good lift. Great fight there. And Aaron Jones now 175 coming out for his third attempt. You see how the 93s are stacking up at the moment. Harko in the lead, followed by Max, then Chris, then Josh Chiller. Five kilos up from his second here for Aaron. Wow, looks great, Dill.
Yeah, very deep, very controlled.
Yep, there's certainly not a question on that one.
Yeah, 3 white lights.
All right, his Magnum coming out again, 185. So interesting, 10 kilo jump from his opener to his second. He's opted for a 15 kilo jump here for his third. A little bit unconventional, but things must be moving, feeling good for him, so he's opted for the bigger jump.
He's fallen through it, Chris. And
I think
it
he's
looked
got
good
it.
from here,
Let's
yeah.
see. Yeah, 3 whites. Good lift. Here comes Chris now, coming out for a 7.5 kilo jump, 202.5 on the bar for him.
2.5 kilo PB if he's successful. think he's done it, Chris.
Certainly moved well. See, yeah, 3 wide lights. Good lift. Yeah, heaps of depth there. No dramas for Chris. Walks away with the 2.5 kilo PB. And currently sitting in 3rd in the 93 battle. But Josh Chiller can upset that now if he can come back out and grab this 205. Touch too high on his 2nd attempt.
He's got a history of this, just about 75% of his 3rd squats being missed.
Yeah, well, it's a pretty high number.
See if he can change that here.
He just needs to sink it. He's got plenty of strength. Just needs a centimetre or so more. See what the refs think too. I think it might have looked a touch borderline from where we're sitting.
Yeah, 2 to 1 again.
Convinces the front ref this time, but not the 2 sides, unfortunately. All right, Max now. Another 20 kilo jump up to 225 for his 3rd and final attempt. Again, I'd say Max not pushing terribly hard today, given he has the Australian bench, the World Bench Championships in Norway in just a couple of weeks' time. Yeah, easy work.
Yeah, nice and easy 3rd attempt.
I think I heard him talking about in the gym earlier in the week that he's just competing today just to get back in the zone of competing, sort of get himself prepped mentally for Norway.
I mean, the platform experience is hard to replicate without stepping on the platform.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Paul Harkis now coming back out for 235 kilos, 10 kilo jump, and this will be a 10 kilo PB, successful.
Off his 2nd attempt, Chris, I think he's good for it.
Absolutely, I'd agree. Moved very nicely. Wow.
Look very good from here. Yeah, 3 white lights. Great start to Paul's day.
Okay, into flight C now. So, we will have Jeremy Norfor opening us up at 135 kilos on the bar for his 1st attempt. Moves it well. Looks like Jeremy's first comp out here today.
Yep, and a great start to his competing career.
I've seen a heap of new lifters here this weekend. We obviously had 12 yesterday in our novice division. But even today, a heap of new faces to the platform, which is awesome to see. All right, Liam Spadoni now coming out with 170 kilos on the bar for his 1st attempt.
This is Liam's under 120 kilo debut as well.
Ah, yeah. And just 7.5 kilos below his best ever squat for his opener.
Very easy opener.
What was he in before, Dill? 105s?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
He's on the board.
Yeah, one of the tallest lifters around. Him and his coach, Both super tall individuals. Okay, Lachlan McLeod now, 175 on the bar for his opening attempt. Again, looks like his first comp. Awesome to see.
Very easy.
Yeah, weight gives him no dramas.
Yeah, also
3
on the
wide
quad.
lights. All right, Reece Jobs now coming out for 175 on the bar. His opening attempt. Moves it well.
Yeah, depth looked good.
Yeah, 3 wide lights. Good lift there for Reece. Thomas Davison now, he's going to take 180 for his opening attempt.
Is this Thomas's first comp as well?
Nah, I'm sure I've seen Thomas on the platform before, but missing his data for some reason. Well, 180 gives him very little resistance there. Looks super deep from where we are. Yep, 3 wide lights.
Great movement pattern.
Okay, and Connor Hunter now will come out with 210 kilos on the bar for his first attempt.
Very high bar squat position.
Let's just see. He
He's
had got,
missed the call, I think, on the way in.
just not sure. He sort of grimaced a little bit on the way up. The depth looked okay. It's a little grimace there, and then just
Yeah.
seems to walk it straight in. Hopefully not an injury. That looks like just missed the call, so that's okay. Strength was good. He'll come back out on his second. No dramas at all. Good to get the nerves out of the tank. Jake now coming out with 215 on the bar for his opening attempt.
This is Jake's first comp in WA, previously in New South Wales, I believe.
Yeah, I think he was in Sydney potentially.
Nice and easy opener.
Yeah, moves well.
I think his previous best squat's 230, so
Okay.
2 to 1, he's on his way.
Yeah, just gets 1 card for depth. 1 hip might have been a touch high. But on the board regardless. Elliot Burton now coming out 220 on the bar for his opener. We've seen a 235 from Elliot back at Power Mania in October last year.
Nice and smooth. Got three white lights.
Yeah, great opener there for Elliot. All right, Coach Cam up next. 225 on the bar for his opening attempt. We've seen him squat 265 in the past.
believe he scored a 275 in training as well.
Yeah, still trying to fill out. I mean, he has now, obviously, but he always spent most of last year going up a weight class, so in the 105s now. It's efficient.
Very quick opener. Expecting a pretty big jump from there.
I'd say so, yeah. Right, Dave London now with 235 on the bar for his opener. Only 5 kilos below his best ever comp squat.
Very easy opener.
Yeah, well, for only 5 kilos below PB, prep must have gone really well there for Dave. Oops. No, I'm good, actually. All right, Jeremy Northall now coming out, back to the top of the flight, 145 on the bar. Taking a 10 kilo jump here.
Look good.
Yeah,
What the
moves well.
judges say,
No issue with strength.
2-1.
All right, Lockie McLeod now coming out with a 185 on the bar for his second attempt. Open and moved very well. Can he continue that here on the second? He does.
See what the judges say about depth. Yeah, 2-1.
Yeah, the side that we can see on the replay looked okay, and he got a wide on that side, but the other two, centre and the right-hand ref, unfortunately gave the red card. But no issue with strength. Liam Spadoni now. Oh, wow, big jump here, Dylan. 20 kilos, 170, all the way up to 190. This will be a 12.5 kilo PB if successful.
His training has been going very well.
Like you said, he weighed in at about 114 this morning, so significantly heavier than his previous comp data. Oof, moves well.
Move very quickly.
Let's check on the depth. All good, three white lights. All right, Reece Job now out for his second attempt. 15 kilo jump up, 190 kilos.
If he's successful, I think that's a 12.5 kilo PB. Yep.
Yeah, still moving very well. He's got a little bit more in the tank for the third. Coached by Keegan. All right, Thomas Davison now, 195, 15 kilo jump up from his opener at 180.
strong looking second attempt. Yeah, 3 white lights.
Yeah, previous best squat for Tom, about 180, so significant PB there. All right, Connor now with 210. Just going to retake the opener. Just missed the rack command on the first attempt. Oh, that looks much better.
They might have just misgrooved the opener.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you just that little bit off balance and had to step forward. No issues with it there. 3 white lights. And he is on the board, which is great to see. Jake now coming out with 230 kilos, taking a 15 kilo jump up.
I think this will equal his PB. Look good from here.
Yeah.
They can shoot for a PB on his next attempt.
Yeah, a little bit of work there out of the hole, but I think he's got maybe another 5 in the tank.
Yep.
Elliot Burton now jumping up 12.5 kilos. Just 2.5 below his previous best comp squat of 235.
A little bit of a sticking point in the middle, but very comfortable. Yeah, 3 white lights.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see another 12.5 jump, but probably 5
maybe?
to 7 maybe. And like I said, only 2.5 below his best ever, so pacing well towards a PB. Dave London now, 7.5 kilo jump up to 242.5.
Yeah, 2.5 kilo PB.
Very nice. Currently in the lead in the 105 battle. Just based on openers, obviously. Still a long way to go.
A little bit of a stumble there, but he looks like he's recovered.
Depth looks good. Moves it well.
Yeah. Good second attempt. And 3 white lights.
So already locking in 2.5 kilo PB on his second. And Cam Elliott now.
It's a big jump.
Wow. A 30 kilo jump here for Cam. So Cam looking to take the lead in this 105 battle with this second attempt.
They're very comfortable.
Yeah, it didn't slow a lot. Gets the 3 white lights, adds the 30 kilos to the total.
I have a gut feel he'll be requesting 275. I believe that was the intention coming in.
I would say so. Nothing to suggest otherwise there. Jeremy Northall now back to the top of the flight. We're into our third attempts. 150 on the bar. He's going to take a 5 kilo jump.
Look good.
Yeah, moves well.
Yep.
3 white lights.
I think this is his first comp, so going 3 from 3 on squats is always a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Lachlan McLeod now into the under 120 kilo class here. He's going to attempt 195, so missed the second. Slightly on depth, if I remember correctly. He's opted to go up 10 kilos anyway.
He's locked it out. I think he did go to start slightly early. We'll see what the judges say. 2 to 1.
Yeah, so one ref noticed that deal, but thankfully the other 2 gave whites. So he's on the board with 195. Puts that into Liam's court now. Reece Job now coming out in the under 105 class here. And Reece is opting to take a 12.5 kilo jump. We've already seen a significant PB from him today with the second, so this will be huge if successful here.
Just too heavy today. Great catch by our spotters. Yep.
All right, Liam Spadoni now coming out. He's going up another 15 kilos. Second move well. That's such a big PB. I can't even do the math on it. 27.5 kilos if successful here. Looks like he is loving being up a weight class here. Wow.
Look good.
I thought for a second he sunk it too far and got completely out of position. See there, the hips just shoot a little bit, but he catches it and then just stands up like it's nothing.
Just brute forced his way through it.
27.5 kilo PB for Liam. Amazing. All right, Thomas Davison now. 205 on the bar, 10 kilo jump up. What did I say for Thomas last time? Yeah, maybe a best ever squat of about 180 prior, so big PB here if successful. Looks good.
Huge PB.
Yeah, 25 kilo PB. Gets the 3 white lights. That's huge for Thomas. And Connor Hunter now just missed the rack command on the opener. Came back out, absolutely smashed his second. 10 kilo jump here for his third.
Very conservative third attempt. That flew.
Yeah, strength, no issue for him.
Yeah, 3 white lights.
Okay. Jake Faruga now with 237.5. He's going to take a 7.5 kilo jump. See the order here in this 105 kilo class. Cam currently in the lead, followed by Dave, Elliott, Jake, Thomas, and then Reese rounding us out. $7.5 kilo PB, Dill?
Yeah, I
If
believe
successful?
So. Yep, 230 best previous. See what the judges say. Might have been a little bit borderline on depth. No, 3 white lights.
I think you're right, though. Looking at the replay, it's right on the money. So, big PB there for Jake. And staying in the 105 kilo class now, Elliott Burton coming out. He's going to take 240.
With 5 kilo PB.
And this will put him back into third spot after the squats, if successful.
That's a great squat.
Stands up with it.
I think that moved better than his second.
Refs like it.
3 white lights.
5 kilo PB for Elliott. Puts him back into third spot after the squats. Okay, Dave London are now coming out for 250. Currently in second. Behind Coach Cam.
10 kilo PB.
Squats have looked good so far for Dave.
Great grind.
I think his life flashed before his eyes there in the middle, Dill.
3 white lights.
Stands up with it regardless, gets a good lift.
I must say, because I believe Dave trains in a commercial gym, so he's the transition to comp equipment is not bothering him.
All right, Cam Elliott coming out now, as you predicted, Dill. He's jumped to 20 kilos. He wants the 275. So Cam could also be a dark horse contender for the Night of Champs invite as well this afternoon. Hammers it into the hole, stands up with it.
Yeah, made light work of that. 3 white lights. It's a 10 kilo PB.
All right, well, that brings us to the end of our squad event. 3 flights there for you this afternoon. Tons of PBs, tons of first-time competitors, but everyone is on the board, which is the important thing. And we will now take a 10-minute break before we get into our bench press attempts. See you back here in just a few minutes' time.
Up next is the bench press. After unracking the bar, the athlete will lie completely motionless with their elbows locked. The head referee will give the start command. The bar is lowered and paused until it is motionless on the chest. The athlete will receive the press command, pushing the bar back to the starting position. Once motionless, the rack command is given. A good lift is awarded where elbows are locked, the head and glutes remain in contact with the bench throughout the lift, the feet remain flat on the platform, adequate elbow depth is reached, there is no downward movement of the bar, and all commands are followed.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We are now into the bench presses here in our afternoon session at the Iron Voyage APA local meet here at Strength Club in Perth. Good squat session earlier. Everyone's on the board, and we've seen a heap of PBs across the board. Keen to see where the afternoon plays out. All right, first up we have Dan. He's going to take 95 kilos for his first attempt.
It does this every time, I swear to God.
Is opening on a 2.5 kilo PB. Look very good. And 3 white lights.
All right, Aaron Tan now coming out, 102.5 on the bar for his opening attempt.
Very quick opener. I believe his best is 115.
We'll have Caster John coming out next with 107.5 on the bar. Got his best at 112.5, so starting 5 kilos below previous PB.
Very quick.
Yeah, moves well.
Yeah, on the board.
All right, bar loaded now for Benny. 115 on the bar for his opening attempt.
His best bench ever is 125. Strong opener. On the board, throw white lights.
Here comes TK now with 115 on the bar. Benched as high as 127.5 in the past. All the way back in April 2023, that would have been Night of Champions 1.
Smooth opener. And 2 to 1. Yellow for missing a call.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't see the butt, didn't appear to move. Maybe he had a foot slip that we couldn't quite see on the replay. So many things that you can get a yellow for on a bench. It's always hard to know. We have Josh Logan now coming out in the under 66 kilo bench only division. Josh got quite a big bench, has benched 112 previous comp best, so starting above that. Wow.
Very, very quickly.
And obviously, Josh normally cuts to the under 59 for 3 lift comps, so the extra kilos will play a big benefit to him today in the under 66s. I think he weighed in about 63 kilos, so he'll throw up something big today.
Yeah, he did bench 112.5 for 3 back in February as well.
Yeah. I think I've seen him bench over 120, maybe 125 even. There was definitely 2 reds involved. Okay, Aaron Alino now, 127.5. Best bench of 132.5. So 5 kilos off his previous PB for his opener.
sticky in the middle, but I think it'll be okay. Yeah, 3 white lights.
Okay, and Kahir now with 1:30 on the bar for his opening attempt. Quite a battle happening here in the under 74s today as well. Kahir and Benny and Aaron, well, all of them actually, all very close.
I think Kahia has benched as high as 140 in the past. Great opener. And 3 white lights.
All right, Saw warming up in the wings now for his opening attempt. Wow, he's going to come out at 150.
2.5 kilo PB.
Wow.
Very quick.
So 2.5 kilo PB on his opener. Seen him bench about 155 the other night in the gym. So let's see where he moves today. And Diego coming out now with 152.5 for his opener. Just been asked to replace.
He's had his heels up.
The heels up, yeah. We were just talking about this last night after the novice comp. You can see in the Avancus that roll from the ankle, and the head ref is seeing it. Yeah. It's a trap. It used to be a trap with the Converse as well. The Avancus just has that little roll of the heel. Let's see if you can see this here on this front angle. There we go, that's better.
Hasn't phased him though.
Nah, that's why we go lighter with the openers. Make sure he gets on the board.
Yep, 3 white lights.
But yeah, that's fascinating that Ryan was just talking to one of the juniors last night about exactly that. And the junior tried to argue with him about it, and then you see it today.
I think Diego's best bench is 155, so
Okay.
he's open 2.5 below that.
So squats move well. Bench starting off really nicely. So Diego could be in for a big total here today.
We have Dan coming out now with 102.5, a 7.5 kilo jump. Should be a 10 kilo bench PB if he's
Far
successful.
out. It's a big PB for bench. Oh, now strength not a problem, but
Might have jumped it.
did he jump the call here?
Yeah, 3
Well,
whites.
he gets away with it. Okay, Aaron 10 now coming out for 110.
If Aaron's best bench is 115. Might have just pushed away from the opposite way to where he wanted to go in the middle there when he got stuck.
Yeah, and you see that left side of the bar just dipped a little, and that side judge caught it, but the other two judges were happy. Gets the 2 white lights, locks in 110. Caster John now, 7.5 kilo jump. He's going to take 115 for his second 2.5 kilo PB if he's successful here.
I think he's locked in the 2.5 kilo PB.
As long as there's no butt lift here. Doesn't appear to be. 3 white lights. Good lift for CJ. $120 now for TK. 5 kilo jump up.
A little bit of work in that one. Yeah, 2 to 1 red.
What are we seeing? Yellow cards. Okay, interesting. Josh Logan now coming out. 120 on the bar for his second. Opener moved really nicely. Wow.
I think that moves better than his opener.
Yeah, nerves out of the system, and he
Yeah, 3 white lights.
smashes that.
125.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Benny coming out now with 122.5.
So Benny and Aaron sitting pretty close together there, second and third place at the moment. Kahir streaking ahead.
Look good.
Yeah, looks very nice.
2 to 1. I wonder if the yellows are for thumb and ring on the barbell.
Could well be. Could well be, not covering the rings. Or was it the thumb not actually around the bar, was it?
Thumb not covering the rings, I think.
Yep. All right, Aaron Alino now with 132.5. Equal PB if successful.
Not quite there on that attempt.
You see the feet slip there as he tries to push off the chest. Loses a little bit of height and then...
He'll retake that one.
Yeah. All right, 7.5 kilo jump here for Kahir.
looks good. I think Kahia might, if he loads 2.5, it equals his PB.
Yeah, I haven't followed his bench closely enough to know. I mean, it was one speed the whole way top to bottom. He might just be a pretty controlled bencher. Let's see. But yeah, I'd say at least the 2.5. Saw now 157.5. Wow.
For a 10 kilo PB.
And I've seen him move the 155 4 or 5 nights ago. Moved quite well. It's a bit of work.
Very controlled though.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks better on the replay than it did in real life. Maybe he chucks 5 on.
Yeah, I think
2.5 if he wants to be safe. Diego now 160 on the bar for his second attempt. So just got to focus on getting those heels flat on the floor on this attempt. Luckily, didn't phase him on the opener. He managed to get him down on the third go and got his opener locked in at 152. Yeah, much better this time.
Very nice bench.
Yeah, he's just turned the feet out just a touch more on this attempt. And that's then stopping him rolling onto the toe as much, and it's got the heel down. So great adjustment there from Diego out the back, and locks in his second at 160.
So that was a 5 kilo PB for Diego.
Yeah, right. He's going to head to a nice total later today. Dan now with 107.5 on the bar. 15 kilo PB if he gets this. This is huge.
This is a huge bench PB if he's successful. Not quite there today. He'll take the 10 kilo PB.
Yeah, and it's only since October as well, so that's huge. All right, Aaron Tan now. So the under 74 division, we've got Aaron in 4th, Aaron Alino in 3rd, Benny in 2nd, and then Kahir number 1, 357.5. Aaron jumping up 7.5 kilos here to 117.5.
This will be a 2.5 kilo PB. Not quite there today.
Almost, but not quite. Probably 1.5 kilos or so difference. He would have had that. Okay, Aaron Tan now coming out. No, that was Aaron Tan before. Sorry. There we go. Screen's updated. TK now. 120. He's going to retake it. We had the 2 yellow cards from the side refs for TK on the second attempt. Couldn't pick it on the replay, but let's just watch closely here.
Look good from here.
Yeah, feet were still, butt was down. Calls looked okay. There we go. 3 white lights. Locks in the 120. CJ now with 120 as well. 7.5 kilo PB if he can lock this in. Oh, wow.
It's a great fight through.
As long as he's managed not to let that dip.
We'll see what the
There's a
judges
couple
say.
little stalls. Yeah.
2-1.
Tiny little downward movement there.
Still walked away with a 2.5 kilo PB.
Yeah, put that in the gym PB book for sure. All right, Josh Logan now. 1-2-5.
Looked very good from this angle. See what the judges say.
Yeah, bench looking strong today for Josh.
3 white lights.
Very nice. Benny now coming out with 130 on the bar for his third and final. 7.5 kilo added from the second, if successful.
He's successful. He's locked in a 5 kilo PB.
Looked okay.
Yep. Good lift.
All right, Aaron Alino now, 132.5. Missed it on the second. He's going to retake it here. Just had that foot slip. Chest sunk a little bit and got away from him. Let's see if he can gather it here. Always the challenge in the Romaleos. Nice to have the heel, get the foot to the floor a little bit easier, but they don't have a lot of grip. Especially when you compare them to a Hyper V. Just not quite there, unfortunately.
Not today. Go catch by the spotters.
All right, we'll have Kahir now coming out, looking to extend his lead in the under 74 category. 1-4-0 on the bar. Yeah, playing the safe bet here, just taking the 2.5 kilos.
Not there today.
You see, he just lost a fraction of height on the chest as he started the push.
But he got the most out of his bench for the day. He only lost 2.5 kilos.
Exactly, yeah. Saw now firing up out the back. He's going to come for 160 again, just taking the safe bet, the 2.5 kilo jump here. Definitely a little bit of work on the second. And a huge PB for him anyway. He's already locked in a 10 kilo PB. Can he add another 2.5? Unlucky there for Saw today, but takes the 157.5 for a 10 kilo PB, so leaves nothing behind on the platform.
Yeah, just lost tightness on one side, I think.
So great day on squats, great day on bench. Saw looking for a PB total here later today. His deadlifts are going in the same direction. Diego now with 167.5 on the bar. Already PB'd his bench on his second, so this will be to add a huge extra 7.5 kilos. He's got those feet locked in now, nice and flat. Wow,
Very strong.
perfect weight selection there, Dill.
For his first comp in the open division, he's
Yeah, and some big PBs.
doing well.
Well, that rounded out Flight A. We're now into Flight B. We have the under 93s coming up. Throw that leaderboard up on the screen for you now. Paul Harkis in the lead there on 235, followed by Max 225 and Chris in third with 202.5. Paul and Max both have big benches, so they'll be looking to extend that lead. But first up, we have Troy coming out. Troy is going to open us with 20 kilos.
I did hear someone saying before that somebody was opening with 20 kilos due to a shoulder injury.
Yeah, okay.
I'd say that.
Makes sense. So still coming out to compete, just needed to get a bench on the board, which he's done. So yeah, let's see if he comes out for his second or third, or whether he just he leaves it. Oh no, I'm seeing a 45, so his shoulder's feeling okay. He's going to chuck a little bit of weight on, which is great to see. Okay, Edward now coming out with 90 kilos on the bar.
2.5 kilos below his PB. Very easy opener.
Yeah, I don't see too much wrong there. Should be 3 whites. It is. Locks in the 90 kilos to his total. All right, bar loaded now for Aaron Jones. He's going to take 90 kilos as well.
Very quick.
Three white lights for Aaron. Good lift. Locks in the 90 kilos. And we are on now to Magnum.
I think Aaron's best bench is 115
Okay.
from previous federation.
Maybe had feet up before. He's had to adapt to feet down potentially. And maybe even head down.
Yeah, possibly.
So Magnum now 107.5.
Comfortable opener. Didn't see too many issues with that. About 3 white lights on the board.
Adds the 107.5 to his 185 from his squats. And we will have Kieran now coming out with 107.5 as well.
2.5 below his personal best.
Waves off the handout.
Great opener.
Yeah, looks good there for Kieran. Locks it in 3 white lights. All right, Chris coming out now with 1:15 on the bar for his opening attempt.
Personal best of 120. Very quick opener.
Yeah, looks good there for Chris. Guess the 3 white lights, he's pumped about that one.
Typically jumps 5 kilos from first to second, so I'd be expecting to see 120. He's got 125.
Yeah, interesting. So a big jump on the second. He misses roughly 2/3 of his third benches, so let's hope he doesn't overshoot there on the second. Oh, Josh Chiller now, 140 on the bar.
Opening on his personal
Oh,
best.
wow. Okay. Well, looks
Very
good.
easy. Great opener. Yeah, 2-1. Got 1 yellow. Any idea what for?
Not sure, mate. Coach did ask, was it for elbows, but didn't hear the response. Okay, Paul Harkis now coming out with 152.5 on the bar for his opener.
7.5 below his best bench.
12 and a half.
Oh, sorry,
12 and a
12
half. 165 previous best. Takes big jumps.
Very easy.
Yeah, super easy work there for Paul. All right, Maxi now coming out with 165 for his opener. This is Max's event. Interesting that his best in comp is 170, so he's only opening just below that.
Very easy.
It looks strong.
He does love a bit of a sink
Yeah.
bench.
Controls it well on that one though. Obviously with that sink style bench, the sink must be before the press command. If you sink after, then that's a heave and that's a no lift. But also you can end up with the problem of the butt lifting if you don't control it well, but Max does it to perfection there. Okay, we have Troy Higson now. He's coming out for 45 kilos. So fighting that shoulder injury, but the 20 kilos for his opener moved okay, so he's going to grab a few more kilos here. Bar is loaded.
Move well as you'd expect.
Yep, all okay there. Grabs the shoulder a little bit though.
Can see that.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of discomfort there. Let's see. He's going to take a 5 kilo jump there. See how it feels. All right, Edward now coming out for 92.5, so 2.5 kilo jump up.
It's been equal personal best.
Just trying to remember, I thought his opener moved quite well. Only opting for the 2.5 kilo jump. We'll see. Yeah, moves okay.
Yeah.
Again, probably another 2.5 there to his third.
Yep, that's what I'd be expecting.
Gets the 3 whites. All right, Aaron Jones now for 97.5. 7.5 kilo jump from the opener.
Yeah, very quick second. I expect another 5
Yeah.
to 7.5 on that.
I'd say so, mate. Probably the 7.5, given the way that moved. And we're back to Magnum now with 110. Just a 2.5 kilo jump here. Was a little bit of work for his opener, so playing it safe here with the small jump.
Little bit of work, but comfortable enough.
Yeah, again, I think we'll pace for another 2.5 in the third.
Yep, 3 whites.
All right, bar loaded now for Kieran. He's jumping 5 kilos to 112. Just getting his wrist wraps on.
This will be for a 2.5 kilo PB. Moved well for a second.
Yeah, very nice.
Expect another 5 kilos on that.
I think he's got the 5 if he wants it. 2.5 if he's playing it safe, but I'd say they'll go the 5. And Chris now taking a big 10 kilo jump up to 125. This will be a 5 kilo PB if successful for Chris.
I think his opener was pretty easy off memory.
Yeah, the opener was good. Opener was good. Shouldn't be any dramas with this one, I wouldn't think.
A couple of sticking points on the way up. 3 white lights.
Yeah, it's a good lift, but it's a lot of work.
Maybe another 2.5. Just try and push the PB a little bit
Well,
more.
it's the only option, I think. Like you said, he's already 5 kilos up on his PB, so might as well try and grab another 2.5. We have Chiller now coming out. Opened right around his best at 140-ish. He's going to jump 7.5 here. The 140 moved really, really nicely.
Bit more work in that one than his opener.
Yeah, it was a little bit slow off the chest, but once he got it onto the triceps, got it through the lockout pretty easy. Again, 5 at most, 2.5 if he's going to play it safe. Left a few kilos behind on the squats. Do we see an attempt card go in for him?
No, they're just taking the
Which
2.5.
tells me 2.5, yep. Oh, here it comes. All right, Paul Harkis now 162.5. Just below previous best. Wow.
Very, very comfortable.
Yeah, he's got a bit left in the tank there. I'd
Expect another 5.
Yeah, I was going to say at least a 5, I would say. 5 should be safe. Maybe 7.5 if he wants to risk it a little bit. He has a commanding lead there in the weight class. All right, bar loaded now for Max. He's jumped up 7.5 to 172.5. Should be 2.5 more than we've seen him do in comp before. Now he moves as well, Dill, but from where I'm sitting, I might have seen the butt lift. Let's just see what the refs saw.
I had the same thought as you. No, 3 watts.
All good. Oh yeah, looks fine on the replay. Must have just been the butt flexing a bit. So all good, controls it well, locks in a 2.5 kilo comp PB, and Max looking in good form heading into Norway.
Yeah, that's a big confidence booster.
Yeah,
From the
absolutely.
PB a few weeks out in comp conditions.
And actually 3 international refs here on the platform today as well. So if there's anything wrong, they're going to pick it. All right, back to the top of the flight now for Troy coming out for his third. He's chucked another 5 kilos on the bar. He's going to take 50 kilos. Did see a little bit of discomfort in the shoulder after the second, but see him grab the extra 5 here. Yeah, easy. Locks it in, no worries at all. And walks away looking healthy as well, which is great to see heading into the deadlifts. Edward Oversby now with 95 kilos. Taking the 2.5 kilo jump here.
Yeah, 2.5 kilo PB as well.
Yeah, second was a bit of work, so definitely 2.5 is the right call here. There he goes.
Push to the sticking point. I think he secured that one.
Yeah, looked okay from here,
Yep,
3
3
whites.
watts.
Locks in the 2.5 kilo PB. All right, Aaron Jones now with 105 on the bar. 7.5 kilos up from the second. Seem to have plenty of room left after the second.
Not quite there,
Slightly
so
too heavy for him today, unfortunately.
I do wonder as well for those that don't train in the gym with the Sky Pad, how much effect that can have as well. It is very different to other pads.
Yeah, I think probably less than when we had the charcoal pad being so hard. The softer pad probably more similar to more benches out there on the market, particularly in commercial gyms, etc. But definitely can take a little bit to get used to. You do have to sink yourself into it quite a bit to get grip out of it.
Got Magnum out here with 115. 5 kilo jump on his second attempt. out, so I think he'll get that one.
Let's just see a bit of a bounce on the chest here.
2-1.
2-1. All good. Magnum locks in the 115. All right, Kieran now coming out, 117.5 on the bar, looking for a 7.5 kilo PB here if successful. Bench has been moving well for him so far. Can he continue? Sticks with it.
Looks good.
Just seeing the chest drop just a touch as he started to press and thought maybe he was going to lose it, but he does well. Locks in the 7.5 kilo PB. We'll have Chris coming out now. Yeah, opting for the 2.5. Definitely a lot of work there on his second.
Chasing that 7.5 kilo personal best.
Let's see if he can lock this one in.
Not quite there today.
Not quite there, unfortunately, and you see the head just lift a little bit as well. But nevertheless, he locked in 125 on the second, which is a 5 kilo PB. So he should walk away happy with that. And Josh Chiller now. And same deal here. Second was a little bit of work. Was a PB for him. He's going to try and grab the extra 2.5. Josh having some time off last year to have his son.
Not quite there today.
But takes the PB with his second. Paul Harkis now with 167.5. Adding the 5 kilos should give him a 2.5 PB. Second looked good. This should be in the wheelhouse for Paul. But bench strength does fall off very quickly, so it is often hard to pick.
Great attempt selection.
Yeah, absolutely. Not a single another kilo left in the tank on that one.
Yep. Locks in the PB.
Fights it well. Good work there for Paul. 2.5 kilo PB, and keeps himself just out in front of Max. Although if Max successful here, will add the 5 kilos and end up equal with Paul at the end of the flight, heading into deadlifts. Interesting to see who has the bigger deadlift of the two.
Just too much today.
Not quite there for him today. And so Paul will head into deadlifts with a 5 kilo lead over Max. Then Josh Chiller in third. And we're now in a flight C where we'll have Lachlan McLeod start us off. So Lachlan and Liam battling it out in the under 120 class. Just 10 kilos separating the two at the moment. just me, Dill, or does that bench height seem very high?
It does.
I know, he's a very tall man.
He's got long arms.
Well, there you go. Wow, that bar has to travel for days to get down his chest.
That is a long distance. He's secured his opener. He's on the board.
Yeah, presses it well. 92.5 locked in. And Jeremy Northall now coming out. 92.5 as well.
Great opener.
Yeah, very easy there for Jeremy. And Liam Spadoni now coming out. Big day on squats for him. Locked into massive PBs. Opening now 105.
So 2.5 kilo PB on his opener.
Wow. As we said, gone up the weight class. I spent a little bit of time filling into it. His coach is having to do a lot of volume. Hasn't really done many singles leading into this. Just trying to build more strength at the higher weight class. Certainly paying off for him here so far today.
Very, very quick opener.
Yeah. Anything wrong there? 3 white lights. Out next, Jake Faruga, 110 for the opener.
Best bench for Jake of 125.
Locked in the 7.5 kilo PB on the squats, currently sitting in 4th place in the 105 battle.
Very comfortable opener.
Yeah, easy opener there for Jake. Here comes Thomas now with 115 on the bar. Wow, opening 5 kilos above previous best. Back at the Rumble, he did 110.
See how this one moves. Moved well. Just have to see, it was hovering. Okay, 2 to 1. It was very light on the chest.
Yeah.
Took a bit to get the press command.
You see there on the replay, it's just still moving and takes him a while for the chief referee to give the call. Now the call can be almost instant. It's all about how quickly you can bring that bar to a complete stop on the chest. That's why you'll see some people get a really long call and others get an almost instant call. Elliot Burton now with 127.5 on the bar. Best bench of 135, so opening up to 7.5 below. That was at Power Mania from memory.
That's very comfortable.
Yeah, it looks
Great
good.
opener.
Okay, bar loaded now for Reece Job with 130 on the bar for his opener.
So Reese is opening at his previous comp best.
Yeah, wow.
Great opener, moved quickly.
Yeah, well, for a previous comp best from mid last year, it's insane that moved so well. Great work there for Reese. And we have now, all right, Cam Elliott now coming out with 130 kilos on the bar.
Cam has had a pec injury, so we'll see how that's feeling today.
He's opening a bit below his previous PB that he set back at Volunteer Cup, 145. So hadn't benched to full depth for a while. Let's see how he goes today. Looks okay.
Yeah, looks comfortable.
His last bench of prep was to full depth without pain, so hopefully it holds in there. And Connor Hunter now, 135. Clean press there for Connor.
Yep. Very quick.
Yeah, not sure what that yellow was for. Couldn't see the feet move, the butt lift. His hands were well inside maximum width. Keep an eye out on the next one. All right, David London now coming out for 157.5. Just below his best ever of 160.
Yep, it's a big opener.
Locked in 10 kilo PB on the squats. See if he can do similar here in the bench.
A little bit of work off the chest.
Yeah.
Good lift, 3 white lights.
Yeah, you see he just loses a little bit of neck pressure there as the bar starts to come down. Can be one of the traps on this soft pad. Got to really keep that neck driven into the bench. But regardless, moves it well, locks it in, and he's got a bit of room in the tank. All right, Jeremy coming out now. He's second. Jumped up 2.5. Nice and easy there.
Very easy second attempt.
Moved better than the opener.
I believe this is his first comp, so maybe just getting rid of some nerves.
Yeah, I think the opener might have scared him a little bit. They jumped to 2.5 because I think it was a little bit of work from memory. That one flew, so we may see a slightly bigger jump on the second to third attempt. All right, Lockie now with 97.5 on the bar. He's taking a 5 kilo jump. Does well.
Didn't see any issues from here. Two to 1.
2 to 1 again, a yellow card there. Couldn't see anything obvious on the stream. All right, Liam Spadoni now, 110, jumping up 5 kilos from the first attempt.
This will be for a 7.5 kilo PB. Must say, the weight class change looks like it's treating him well.
Yeah, absolutely. That moves very nicely. Another 5, I'm assuming. Bar loaded now for Jake. 10 kilo jump up here. $120 on the bar.
5 kilos below his best. Yep, looks good.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, someone who's second, I think, looked better than their opener.
I have a sneaky feeling they're going to go 127.
I think that's the play, Dylan. Another 10 kilo jump, I think, might be a stretch, but a 7.5.
We have Thomas out next with 120.
And
5 kilos on his first attempt.
Jake has locked in the 127.5 for the third. So Tom already in PB territory. Does well to stick with it.
Yeah, a fair bit of work in that. Again, it's just that very soft touch. And just a struggle to stabilise on his chest. But he gets 2 to 1.
Yeah, does better at it though on this attempt he did on the opener. Gets the press command much quicker. And I think from memory, 10 kilo PB now locked in on the bench. All right, bar loaded now for Elliot. 7.5 jump here.
To equal his PB.
Interesting that we typically see a 5 kilo jump from first to second for Elliot, but opting for the 7.5 here today. The opener did move very nicely.
And it was very easy.
Does well.
That's 3 white lights. Expecting another, say, 2.5, 5.
Well, look, he typically goes 5 kilos from his second to third. I think they'll probably do the same.
Yeah, they've added another 5 kilos.
All right, Reece job now. 137.5. Wow, they've jumped up another 7.5 kilos. Opened on his previous comp best. Smokes that.
Yep, looks very good. Yep, 3 white lights.
So locks in the 7.5 kilo PB with room for the third. Cam Elliott now with 137 on the bar. Has taken the 7.5 jump.
Look comfortable enough.
Yeah, as long as the pain is feeling okay, I'm assuming he'll go for the 145, at least equal his previous PB.
Yep, I didn't see him grabbing at his
No.
back at all, so
Looks okay.
yeah, they've locked in 145. So Connor out next with 145.
10 kilo jump. Open and moved. Super fast. So let's see how he handles this one here. It's a bit of work, but he does well. Gets it to the top. 2-1, good lift.
2-1.
And we'll have Dave London coming out now. 162.5, 5 kilo jump. Having a great day so far. And this will be a 2.5 kilo PB if successful.
Well, that moved better than his opener. And 3 white lights his way.
It's a bit of work off the chest though. Not sure how much more he's got in the tank for the third.
I'd be expecting the 2.5.
And looking at his starter there, he does say that he misses 100% of his third bench attempts. So let's see if he can grab maybe a 2.5. Jeremy Norfor now coming out 100 kilos on the bar, 5 kilo jump up. And we're into the third and final attempts here.
Should be good with that. Yep, 3 white lights.
Does well, locks in the 3 benches.
He's gone 6 from 6 so far today.
I think so. Lockie McLeod now with 105 on the bar,
Taking a bigger jump.
which I thought they might. The second moved a lot. It moved super quick, so not unexpected here. Unfortunately, too big on the day.
Yeah, a little bit too much today.
Liam now 115 on the bar, 5 kilo jump.
For a 12.5 kilo PB.
Yeah, if he can keep this trend continuing, he is going to add a massive PB to his total.
Don't see any issues with that one from this angle.
No, and I think takes every kilo available to him. I think 117 would have pushed him over the edge. So great work there for Liam, and having a really good day so far. Hopefully he continues that in the deads. Thomas Davison now jumping 2.5. Already a 10 kilo PB with his second. Can he add another 2.5 here?
Just a little bit too heavy today. Jake coming up next for a 2.5 kilo PB.
You called the 7.5 kilo jump here, Dill. And that's what they've loaded. See how it plays out for him.
Should be no issues with that. Look good from here.
He lost a little bit of head pressure, but it doesn't lift, so it's all good. 2 to 1.
2 to 1 again. He's locked in a 2.5 kilo PB.
All right, Elliot Burton now coming out with 140 on the bar. They've gone the 5 kilo jump here, which will give him a 5 kilo PB if successful. Second was a bit of work. And that looks much, much better.
It's very quick off the chest.
Yeah, gets a good spring. The referees are happy, 3 whites. All right, Reece Job now coming out with 142.5 on the bar. Looking to add another 5 kilos to the PB. He's already on a 7.5 kilo PB. Wow. Looks good from here.
Yep, 2 to 1.
So locks in 12.5 kilo PB on the bench.
That was a big PB.
Cam Elliott now. 145. Going to try and equal his previous comp best from back at Volunteers in November. That pec niggle coming in doesn't seem to be worrying him too much today.
Not quite there today.
Not quite there for him today. Be a little bit detrained from the last few weeks, not being able to hit anything heavy to full depth. All right, and now we have Connor Hunter coming out for his third and final attempt. 5 kilo jump up to 150.
I think this is a 5 kilo PB as well for Connor. Just too heavy today.
And then out next we will have David London. He's going for 5 more. 167.5.
Let's go, babe!
Should be a 7.5 kilo PB if successful.
Coached by Callan at Uncontained Strength.
Does well.
He just root strength his way through that. And 3 white lights.
Yeah, a few little stops along the way, but doesn't let it dip. Gets the 3 white lights. And that brings us to the end of the bench press session. Spotters and loaders start taking the weights off to get ready for deadlifts. We jump in and we have a look here at the scoreboard. In the under 74s, currently standing with Kahir out in front at 357.5, Benny at 332.5, and in third place, Aaron Alino at 320. And then the 83s now, Diego with a commanding lead, 440 kilos subtotal, Saw with 382.5, and then Dan in third with 267.5. And then in the 93s, Paul Harkis just 5 kilos out in front at 402.5 with Max hot on the heels, 397.5, with Josh Chiller in third at 337.5. And then in the 105s, oh wow, we have a battle on our hands here. Dave London and Cam both on 412.5. Dave must have it on body weight at the moment, or lot number. I'll have to check in the background. And then Elliot Burton will be in third with 380. And then in the 120s, Liam Spadoni, 320. And then Lockie is in second with 292.5. And into the 120 pluses, we have Connor out in front on 365. And we jump the 66s at the start. Caster John, just a 10 kilo lead over TK with 310 kilos, and TK narrowly in second place with 300. We will take a short break. We have 9 minutes left, and we'll be back with the deadlifts. Don't go anywhere. See you soon.
final lift is the deadlift. This is an exciting lift to watch, and the competition lead may change several times throughout. To perform a deadlift, the bar is simply lifted straight from the ground. Once complete, the athlete receives the down command, returning the bar to the floor. A good lift is awarded where knees, hips, and shoulders are locked. There was no downward movement of the bar. The thighs did not support the bar during the lift. The bar remained in the hands until it is in contact with the platform. Pay particular attention to ambitious attempt selections during this lift, as athletes and handlers push their total to secure their placing in the competition.
Welcome back, everybody, to the third and final session here in the Iron Voyage. We're into the deadlifts now for our open men's division. And in Flight A, we have 3 flights this afternoon. Flight A, to get us underway, will be Aaron Tan, 140 kilos on the bar.
Aaron's best deadlift is 160. This is his first APA comp.
Bar loaded now for Aaron. Here he comes. 140 kilos on the bar. Light work on that one.
3 white lights. Daniel coming out now with 175. 15 kilos below his best ever deadlift. Very light work of that. And 3 white lights. That's CJ up next with 205, with a personal best of 210. Quite an easy opener.
Yeah, CJ smokes that one.
3 white lights.
Locks in the 205. And Benny will be coming out next. 220 on the bar for Benny.
It's like 245 is his best deadlift.
May see some decent sized jumps here for Benny then.
Yeah, incredibly smooth.
Yeah, looks good.
3 white lights.
Out next, TK 220 as well. About 252 is TK's previous best.
230 at his most recent competition.
Looks
Very
good.
easy. Great opener.
Yeah, and that's super fast for TK. He's one that will grind it on the floor for ages, and eventually it breaks and he locks it out. So don't be surprised if you see it slow down a little bit on the second. He'll have plenty more in the tank. Bar loaded now for Kahir. Kahir's going to go 225 on his opener.
Last comp, Kahir went with a 250 deadlift.
Easy
Great
work.
opener.
All right, Aaron Lino here now with 232.5 on the bar.
2.5 more than his best ever deadlift.
Wow.
Great opener.
Makes light work of it. He just needs to make sure he keeps these hands on the bar. Watch at the bottom. Does just enough, but as it gets heavier, he'll want to make sure he cleans that up. Alrighty. Saw now coming out. Here he comes. 247.5.
Previous best of 280, which he pulled at Night of Champions 2 for the win.
Yeah, that was huge.
Very quick.
Yeah. Snappy.
There had been some gym murmurs about Saw and Kahir and a JL battle, so it'll be interesting to see where those two are standing at the moment.
Yeah, interesting. There's about 50 kilos spread between the two at the moment. Obviously different weight classes though, so that we'll throw it around. We'll check that in a sec. Diego now though, 280 kilos for his opener.
Best deadlift of 295. Wow. Very quick.
A blink and you miss it. Just like that, we are back to the top of the flight already. Aaron Tan now coming out for his second, 152.5. Does well. Moves quite nicely.
Yep. And 3 whites.
And yeah, the GL battle between Kahir and Saw. We currently have 86.197 for Kahir and just ahead on 87.3 Saw. So just over 1 GL point difference at the moment. It will come down to the third between them. All right, Dan now though. 190 on the bar, 15 kilo jump. Equal PB if successful. Wow,
Very quick.
that's an equal PB.
What would you like to see for his third?
Well, look, there's a 15 kilo jump there, and I think I seen over 200, so I would say they'll take another 15. And maybe I just heard his coach say that as he put his attempt card in. But anyway, 205, I think that's good. He's good for it. Here comes CJ now, 217.5.
It's for a 7.5 kilo PB. Comfortable.
Yeah, looks pretty good.
Yeah, 3 whites.
Before deadlifts, TK was 10 kilos behind CJ. But after the openers, TK had moved 5 kilos ahead. CJ now 7.5 back in front with TK with his second to come. And speaking of TK, here he is in the wings. The headphones come out. 232.5.
Look good from here.
Yeah, does well. Still hasn't really slowed.
Yeah, 3 whites. So that puts him 5 kilos ahead of CJ.
Yeah, maintain that gap. Benny now. 235 on the bar for Benny.
10 kilos behind his best. Very smooth.
Yeah, it does well. And then
3 white lights.
out next, we'll have Kahir. He's going to jump 12.5 to 237.5 here for his second attempt.
Good looking deadlift.
Yeah, hasn't started to slow yet.
3 white lights. 250 plus.
12 and a half? Yeah. Yep. I think so. Bar loaded now for Aaron. 12.5 kilo jump, 245. And this will be a 15 kilo comp PB.
That moved really well.
Pretty light work of it for a 15 kilo PB.
I was going to say no talc, but it doesn't look like it needs it.
No. All right, Saw just off camera. He'll be firing up. You'll probably hear him on the stream soon.
Big jump, 270.
Yeah, he's good for it though. Here he comes. He's a big emotional lifter.
Did he jump the down commands? Nope, 3 white lights.
So 10 kilos behind the previous best. And Diego now 300 kilos on the bar. Under 83 kilo lifter. First year in the Opens.
He missed this twice in his last competition.
See how he goes today.
Incredibly easy.
Well, he's not missing it today.
Yeah, 3 white lights. Picked that one off.
We'll have Aaron Tan coming out next. We're actually all the way back to the top of the flight. We're into our third and finals. So Aaron will take 162.5 now. And if we look at the leaderboard here in the 74s, we have Kahir, currently 595 kilo total, followed by Benny on 567.5, and then 565 for Aaron. 400 for Aaron Tan. Wow.
2.5 kilo PB if he gets all whites. Yeah, all whites.
Does well not to let the thigh slide under too much and get the hitch command. Great day for Aaron. Couple of big PBs. And we now have Dan coming out in the under 83s. Diego in the lead on 740, Saw 652, and then Dan 457.5. Here he comes now for 205, 15 kilo PB if successful. Does well.
Looks good from here.
Locks in a 15 kilo PB, bench PB, squat PB. He will have added a massive amount to his total. Amazing day for Daniel. All right, CJ now. 12.5 kilo jump.
For a 20 kilo PB.
Wow. Well, it looks pretty good, Dill.
It does.
Gets the shakes, fights through it.
And
Thighs don't slide under. Yes.
all right, lights. That puts the ball back in TK's court.
Yeah, that will put him 7.5 ahead of TK now. TK will have to hit. Speaking of TK, bar is now loaded. Here he comes. .240 on the bar. Looks good.
It does.
Gives him the 7.5 kilos he needs to pull equal with CJ and win it on body weight.
3 white lights.
3 white lights. TK takes out your under 66 kilo category here this afternoon. All right, into the 74s now. Benny now. Benny's got 247.5 on the bar, 12.5 kilo jump.
2.5 kilo PB opportunity.
Oh, and his grip just lets out on him today. Finishes on a 567.5 total. We'll stay in the 74s now with Aaron Alino with 252.5. He's going to take a 7.5 kilo jump as well. And if successful, this will pull him in front of Benny and snatch second place. Does well.
He let go of it right at the bottom. We'll see what the
Yeah,
judges
let's see if the refs
say.
see it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
2-1.
We said that on the opener. He opens the hands. Have to keep the hand controlling the bar. See a lot of lifters that do that where they just open the hand and think I'll just push the bar with my hands, but that doesn't count. Need to hold the bar fully.
So, Kahir coming out with 255. Is this part of the GL battle? It's a big jump.
Well, the bar is loaded, so it's going to have to be. Massive jump. 17.5 kilos. Oh, gets it to the knee.
Great
Not
effort.
quite there today. Finishes the day on 595. here comes Saw. You hear him firing up out the back. He's going to go for a 2.5 kilo PB here. He's just trying to get that final knee locked.
Just couldn't get the knees locked and the grip gave out.
And the grip just gave out.
Huge effort.
Yeah, that right knee just wasn't quite locked.
I just saw his thumb.
Well, he tore that about 2 weeks ago, so on his last heavy dead. So good that it held up as much as it did today.
Yeah, definitely.
He was quite worried about it last week. All right, Diego now. 320 kilos on the bar. He's already on a 740. If successful, we'll go for 760, which is huge for an under 83. Here he comes. Did he get the shoulders back enough?
It was so quick.
And was there a dip? No, it's good. 2 to 1, good lift.
Unreal.
It was borderline with those shoulders and if he got back enough, but thankfully at least 2 of the judges happy.
760 total in your
760
first
total.
outing in the opens.
Yeah, he is a force to be reckoned with in the under 83 kilo class in years to come. All right, we are now into flight B. Up first in the under 93 kilo class, we have Kieran. He's going to go for a 175. Best comp deadlift of 187.5.
Very easy.
Yeah, stands up. B. All right, Magnum chin now. 185 for his opener.
Nice opener by Magnum. Yep, 3 white lights.
Yeah, it does it pretty easy there. Good work for Magnum, and Aaron Jones will be up next. 195 on the bar for him. Doesn't muck around, straight out and lifts it.
That. He did let go of it again right at the bottom, but he got away with it. 3 white lights.
Oh no, they stayed on,
yeah.
all good.
A bit quicker than I thought.
All right, Troy now. 200 kilos on the bar for him.
2.5 below his best.
well.
lights.
All right, Edward Oversby now with 200 kilos as well on the bar.
Light work of that opener. 3 white lights.
All right, Chris up next. 210 on the bar. 222.5 is Chris's previous best.
Very easy opener.
Yeah. All right, bar loaded now for Max. 215 on the bar for him.
Very comfortable opener. Be interested to see how heavy Max goes with his deadlift with all the focus on bench welds.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we'll see him go all out, but I still think he'll trying to get in the competitive spirit. He'll still put on something reasonably big.
Paul coming up now with 220. Previous best of 250.
Does that pretty easy.
Yep. Josh coming out now with 230 kilos. Previous best of 260.
Boom.
Very quick.
Yeah, he's got a great sumo deadlift, Josh. Snappy knees. All right, back to the top of the flight already. Kieran now coming back out. He's going to jump 15 kilos to 190. Oh, 2.5 kilos above the previous PB. Looking to lock that in.
He's having a good day.
Oh, wow. It's a best I've seen Kieran deadlift in a while.
I don't know about you, Chris, but I'd like to see 200 loaded for that third.
It'd be a big goal for him. I can confirm. Jacobs just scribbled that on the card. All right, Magnum now coming out. 195 for him.
I think he'll get that.
Yeah, I think it was clean. Look at the strain on the face.
Yeah, 3 white lights. I'd say they'll go for 197.5. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. Well, you know what? You're that close to 200. Just load it. It's a local meet. You're not leaving anything behind. All right, Troy now coming out for 210.
This will be for a 7.5 kilo PB.
Oh, no.
See if he skipped the down command. No,
No.
3 white lights.
That's all right. It was given quite quick. I just wasn't sure. That's all good. 3 white lights. All right, Aaron Jones now, 210. 15 kilo jump.
I believe that'll be a 12.5 kilo PB for Aaron.
Yeah, well, definitely a bit more in the tank as well. All right, Edward Oversby now, 215.
So for a 5 kilo PB. Broke the ground very quickly.
Yeah. Very quick off the ground and fairly consistent the rest of the way. A little bit more in the tank for the third. All right, bar loaded now for Chris. He's jumping 15 kilos to 225.
Yeah, 2.5 kilo PB if he's successful.
Okay, 5 kilo bigger jump than we're used to seeing from Chris though. Which has been a bit of a trend with all his lifts today. He's taking bigger jumps than he normally does. Let's see if it pays off for him here. Yeah, moves well.
Great lift.
All right, we've got Paul Harkis now coming back out. 235 on the bar. He is currently in the lead in the under 93 kilo class. $15 kilos away from his previous PB.
Great attempt.
Yeah, I'd say he'll pace for that 250 again today.
Yep.
15 kilo jump from first to second, another 15 to his third. And Max now, what's Max jump? 20 kilos up to 235. Just 10 below the previous best. So still pushing pretty hard.
Yep, that moved nicely.
Yeah.
5 kilos between Paul and Max.
Yeah, it's close. It's anyone's game. It's kind of been around that 5 kilo mark all day. Josh Chiller now.
Just jumped 20 kilos to 250.
Again, a weight we've seen Josh handle plenty of times before. Previous best at 260.
Great attempt.
Gets it to the top. It's a bit of work.
Hit 3 white lights. What do you think he loads for the third?
5.
Another 5?
5 maybe. I don't know if 260 will be there for him today. Hard to tell with sumo though.
They can be so slow off the ground.
Yeah. Bar loaded now for Magnum. Yeah, and as expected, when you're that close to 200, you load it. Here he comes.
Let's go, Magnum!
It's moving.
Can he get the hips through? Oh, he does.
He was up for the fight.
Wow. After grinding like almost as hard on the 195, he's had enough to come back out and he gets it. 3 white lights. Locks in the 200 kilo milestone. And another lifter trying to lock in the 200 kilo milestone. Here comes Kieran. Crowd will get right behind him here. He's wanted this for a while. It's fast. There it is.
Phenomenal work.
And he'll be happy with that one.
He's had a great day.
Yeah. Good to see him back on the platform. All right, and we're into the 93s now. Troy coming out with 220. You see the leaderboard there. Paul narrowly in front, 5 kilos between him, Max, and then Josh, 587.
Here's Troy with 220. For a 17.5 kilo PB. Very quick for a third.
Yeah, it does well. Probably move better than the second, to be honest.
Yeah, 3 white lights. Great PB, great day.
All right. We are. Edward now bar loaded for him with 220 kilos. 10 kilo PB from Power Mania last year, October. Does it with relative ease, to be honest.
Yep.
2-1, good lift. And Aaron Jones will be out now with 220 on the bar as well.
Just got under his heels.
Yeah. Weight shifted back, nowhere for him to go, unfortunately. But he's had a great day. big PBs on squats and bench as well, I believe. All right, Chris now coming out with 240. He's taken another 15 kilo jump, and this will be 17.5 kilo PB. And he doesn't often, well, he's never missed a third deadlift, so let's see. Can he keep that going? Wow.
Great attempt.
Yeah, absolutely. Huge PB for him.
He's had a great day as well.
And that's double. We normally see 7.5 kilo jumps for him on his third. He takes a 15 and he smokes it and locks in the 17.5 kilo PB. Great day for Chris. And next up, we will have Max. He's jumping another 10 up to 245. Essentially, we'll then make Paul hit. It'll put him 5 kilos in front of Paul, with Paul third to come. So if successful, looks strong.
Great attempt.
And
He's very good at staying in his sort of midfoot, not going too far back.
yeah.
So we'll hand over to Paul now to
Yeah.
respond.
Yeah, absolutely. Pushes him just into the lead, and Paul now looking to add 15 kilos, equal his previous PB. So if successful, should push Paul 10 in front, but has to hit, stay in the lead. And hit he does.
Yep.
Shouldn't be anything wrong with that one.
Yeah. That moved very well. Yeah, 3 white lights.
So Paul Harkis will take out the under 93 kilo category here today, followed by Max. And we have Josh still to come. But he is secure in third place.
So Josh is going for a 2.5 kilo PB. Not there today. But first time back to the platform in 18 months.
Close enough, yeah. December 2023, WA States. The last APU comp here in WA. All right, we are into Flight C. Almost made it to the end. And to get us started, we will have Lockie coming out with 180 kilos on the bar. Andy just showing us how good he is with the vacuum cleaner. And we are good to go. Here he comes.
Very light work at the opener.
Yeah, it's fast.
He's got some long levers.
Come in handy in the deadlift. Bar stays at 180 now for Jeremy.
Very smooth opener for Jeremy. Yeah, 3 white lights
Locks in the total.
on the board.
And bar loaded now for Jake. 192.5 will open his account.
Just 7.5 below his best deadlift of 200.
Bar loaded now for Liam. 200 kilos to open his deadlifts. Just 5 below the previous best.
It could have been an empty bar.
Yeah, well, the extra 10 kilos doing him very well here today. Thomas Davison now with 212.5. .225 previous best.
Easy opener, that's what you want to see.
Looks good. .220 going on the bar now for Reece Job before his opening attempt.
So 20 kilos below his previous best, 240.
Nice and quick for Reece.
And he's on the board.
3 white lights. We have 240 going on the bar now. For Connor.
Previous best is 255, so he's well on the way.
Yeah, moves that one well. Solid lockout, 3 whites. All right, Elliot Burton up now with 245.
Previous best of 265.
Just a couple of 10 kilo jumps away.
Very
Snappy.
strong lockout.
Yeah.
So we'll have David London coming out now for 250. Previous best of 267.5. That's how an opener should look. 3 white lights.
Bar loaded now for Cam, 280 kilos.
Very easy opener.
Yeah, and we'd expect to see Cam north of 300 here this afternoon.
That would definitely be the goal.
Take some big jumps, I would say. He's only just in the lead over Dave London, 5 kilos in it. However, into our second attempts now with Jeremy coming out for a 10 kilo jump. 190 on the bar.
I think you'll have a dip.
Yeah, I would say so. Fights through it, gets it to the top, just that little dip there, unfortunately.
He'll correct that and come back and hit it on his third.
Yeah. Yeah, hopefully it hasn't taken too much out of him. He has the strength for it. Bar loaded now for Lachlan, 200 kilos. He's taking a 20 kilo jump.
See what the judges say.
Should be okay.
2 to 1.
Yeah.
I think he'll let go of it.
Oh yeah.
At the bottom. Which
Here comes Jake now. This will be equal PB deal? 207.5?
this will be a 7.5 kilo PB.
Nice. Let's see. Yeah.
And he smokes it.
Yeah, plenty more in the tank. The sassy belt flick. Adds another PB to his catalogue for today. He's going to have a pretty awesome total by the end. And speaking of awesome totals, Liam Spadoni now.
For a 15 kilo deadlift PB.
Yeah, this will be a huge PB.
And he crushed it.
Yeah. Thomas Davison now. This will be a PB as well for Thomas.
Very easy second.
Yeah, does well. Considering that's above his previous best.
We'll just put another 240 in for his third.
Wow. Reece Job now, 235, taking a 15 kilo jump here.
So we're 5 kilos below his personal best.
Good, moves well.
Yep.
Does he throw 7.5 on,
That's
try
what
and
I
get the
was
little
thinking.
PB?
Yeah. Try and just take the chip.
Add that to some massive PBs in his bench and squat. All right, Connor Hunter now 250, 10 kilo jump here.
Also 5 kilos behind his previous best. No issues with that from where I'm sitting.
No, does well.
Yep, 3 white lights.
Elliot Burton coming up next. 260, 15 kilo jump and just below previous personal best.
Yep, crushed that as well.
Yeah, he's still got plenty of room there.
I reckon we'll see 275.
Okay. Another 15.
Yeah.
They're definitely going north of the 265 PB anyway, one way or another. Dave London now. He's right in the fight with Cam here. 20 kilo jump, 270 on the bar.
2.5 kilo PB. Looks strong.
Yeah, he gets it through the lockout. Not sure how much more he has in the tank though. That was a big jump, 20 kilos, and a 2.5 kilo PB.
It'll be interesting to see, I guess, what he needs on that third attempt.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? We'll likely get a placeholder put in here. I think that card just said 282.5. Cam Elliott now. And we've jumped straight to 300 here.
He's been chasing this one for a little while. And he nailed
Okay.
it.
Looks good. Let's see where he tries to jump to next. 310, does he try to push a bit more? Can't think what I saw him lift on Instagram the other week, where his grip just got a bit away from him at the top. It's around 310, 315, can't remember.
Yeah, 310.
310?
Off memory.
All right, we're into the third attempts here now. Jeremy coming back out to grab this 190. Just had that little dip on the thigh on the way up. Had the strength. See if he can get it here. Let's go! Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Looks much better.
Nailed it. Yeah, 3 white lights.
Nice work for Jeremy there.
Always good to see the referee handshake on the way out as well.
I always forget. All right, Lockie McLeod now. 12.5 kilo jump.
Let's go, Lachlan!
Locked it out.
Yeah.
The referees say. Yeah, 3 white lights.
He just manages to keep the thighs from going under the bar there.
I was wondering.
Jake, 215. He's added another 7.5. He's already in PB territory. Let's see how he goes here. Looks pretty good to me. A little dance move there.
Yeah, it's taken a 15 kilo deadlift PB.
Spadoni now. 240 loaded on the bar.
Big PB on offer here.
Over a 35 kilo PB. Wow.
And he smashed it.
Locks it in.
Yeah. Three wide lights.
Thomas Davison now with also 240 kilos. Again, looking for that big PB here. Wow.
Super easy. More in the tank.
Yeah, that was a 15 kilo PB already. Probably had at least another 5.
Yep.
So, nice work there for Thomas. Reese job now, 250 on the bar. 10 kg PB, I believe.
Yep. 10 kilo PB on the offer. Just too heavy today.
Just loses a bit of position off the ground, but I thought for a second there he was going to grind through it.
Yeah, me too.
Connor Hunter now coming out with 260 on the bar for his third and final attempt.
I think this will be a 5 kilo PB for Connor.
Does well, he's fighting his balance the
Yeah.
whole way. You see those feet,
So the toes come up.
but he manages to keep him
2 to
stable.
1.
Good lift. Great day for Connor, locking in the 260. Well, you called it, Dylan. We have Elliot coming out now with 275 on the bar. Big 10 kilo PB here for Elliot. Wow.
He's done it.
And I think he had some room.
Yep. Agree. 3 white lights.
Pushes him up to 655 for the day. David London now, 687.5. Cam has pushed ahead there on 712.
Dave's going for the 700 total. Just too much today.
Not quite. But he's added huge PBs
has.
all day, so he's got to be happy with that. The 700 inches ever closer. And here we are, the final deadlift of the competition. Cam Elliott will come out with 317.5 loaded on the bar for his third and final attempt. This will be a 22.5 kilo comp PB if he gets it. And bigger than anything I think I've seen him pull in the gym, significantly. And round him out with a 7:20 total if successful.
Crowd's behind him. Still stuck at the knees.
Gets it to the knee, unfortunately.
Huge effort.
Yeah.
Flew off the ground.
Yeah, moves super well to the knee. All right. Well, we have made it to the end. Let's quickly run you through the scoreboards. So, starting in the 66 kilo category. Your winner on bodyweight, TK, with 540. CJ also on 540 in second place, super close. Moving up to the 74s, we have Kahir in the lead, 595, followed by Benny on 567.5. And in third, Aaron Alino, 565, followed by Aaron Tan, 410 in fourth place. Moving down to the 83s, you have Diego, huge 760 kilo total. When we think about the best 83 lifters in Oz at the moment are just over the 800 mark, so Diego's right up there. Followed by Saw, 652.5, and then Daniel Thiang with a 472.5. 93s, Paul Harkers takes the lead, 652.5. Max, 642. Josh Chiller, 587.5, with Chris on a 567.5. Magnum 500, Aaron 482.5, Kieran 467.5, and then Troy on 440. Then in the 105s, we have Cam Elliott on a 712.5, Dave London 687.5 in second place, Elliot Burton in third, 655, and then Jake in 580 in fourth, with Reece Job in fifth with 567.5, and Thomas Davison rounding out the six with 565. 120s, we have Liam Spadoni in the lead with a huge 560 kilo total. Massive PB for him, and then Lockie McLeod on a 505. And then into the 120 plus, we have Connor Hunter, 625. Edward, 482.5. Jeremy in third with a 440 kilo total. Thank you everyone for joining us this weekend at the Iron Voyage. We will sign off here. Join us back with age group nationals in Sydney in about 10 days' time. I will see you all there. Good night.